Alrighty. We are live. I am sorry I am late. I'm always sorry, but I'm always late. We fixed the streamer bot, which somehow can never remember that I also stream on YouTube. I just set it to broadcaster account auto connect, so hopefully that will help. Oh, what is up, guys? I was really tired at the end of the last stream. Very, very tired. Omega Vixens, it's been forever since I've seen you chat. I didn't forget you. But we closed out last night's Star Rupture stream. I was a little disappointed. I felt like we didn't really get to... I did switch my Tartarus. Thank you for reminding me. I did that right before the stream started. That one I did remember. But you know what I forgot? So I use a like a really expensive professional grade camera so that you can see all of this perfect clarity. It's probably one of my worst strategy decisions I've made for the channel. Alas, it has it's basically you know, a live camera, right? It's not small, and it has its own on and off switch, and I turn it on for the stream. Well, I forgot to turn it off last night, so it was running all day. So hopefully it wasn't recording. I use it as a webcam, but it was on. Ken. I see you. Hey, Mikey. You've been watching, mostly watching the Star Ruptures. Looks like a promising game, but still early access. Yeah, essentially, right? So imagine you're a Factorio player. You love Factorio. You understand it. And then this new upstart Satisfactory comes on the scene, and you're like, I'm not sure. And you play with it in like update 1, and you're like, well, compared to my awesome Factorio, it's, you know, not as good. Well, now looking at Satisfactory, although some Factorio players may say it's still not as good, compared to the state that Satisfactory is in now, compared to what it was like updates 1 and 2 and 3, you know, many years ago. I kind of think Star Rupture is like that, right? It's pretty rough, but the building blocks are there. The autosave timeouts, and there's some problems. There is, but it's been fun, and you know, the mechanics are fun, and the mechanics are just different enough from Satisfactory that it makes me want to scratch that itch slightly differently, right? It's not a clone, but it hits a lot of the same beats. So that's what I would say. See you guys tomorrow. My camera overheated. My brain is overheating. Hey, Mikey. Hey, Mikey. And Steven is here as well. Okay, so tonight we are back on track, as the title says, with Arasaka Tower. I had to take a stream off. I also had to, you know, I was dealing with some stuff, and I got tired in another stream, and we didn't get enough stuff done, and then I decided to take a little break from building Arasaka. Let's go ahead and start the load here. And do some troubleshooting, which is a nice little change of pace. Those things need to happen anyway. But like I said, it's time to figure out where we were, which I can't quite remember. I think we're on floor 7, and we'll figure out where we left off, and we'll, you know, kind of reevaluate and try to get back on track to wrapping this bad boy up, because Satisfactory 1.2 is right around the corner. It's much different from the time you said you weren't going to play it. Right. It's all, I mean, that was what, 6 months ago? The update one alone drastically changed it, right? Mikey, sorry you're hurting. Let me go ahead and switch this there. That'll clean things up for me. Okay, I'm back. Just reading your guys' chats. Well, hopefully, Omega, you can chill out a little bit on tonight's stream and, you know, at least temporarily not stress out too much. You know, tomorrow is always there, waiting for you to stress out then. So you don't have to stress tonight, because you can stress tomorrow. Hey, DMC Dragon, how's it going? Apparently, we're just going to sit here all stream. We're just going to watch this frozen frame of Satisfactory. I just got finished saying how polished Satisfactory is compared to Star Rupture, and you embarrass me like this in front of all of our friends. I don't understand. There we go. There we go. We're back, baby. We're back. We saved as this now too. Yeah, right when you load. You know what? If it's, as long as it's right when we load, you know, it is what it is. I don't know. No matter what, it is what it is, right? What are you gonna do? My save takes a while. Oh, it's my fault. I see how it is. Arasaka. I like how disproportionate the title of the building is to the top. It isn't like 1/3 up or something. It's like way the F up there. It's kind of funny. All right. So like I said, we did some troubleshooting last stream, and I appreciate both Corathol and CubeWave flagging the needs and in some cases finding the correct solutions as well. So really appreciative. The autosaves. Oh yeah, the autosaves are definitely better. Of course, it's my fault. Who told you to make something that looks so good? I got a comment last night or today on one of my YouTube shorts. I hadn't got a chance to respond to it yet, but I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah, it's this guy here. Goopy Mold. Me. So, Mr. PC. I saw a cool YouTube short. Mr. PC. Nope. It's a funny comment. Mr. PC says, nope. All right. Arasaka, there's just something with it. Maybe it's not lit enough. It just seems very dark. Do you mean like the interior of it or like the exterior of it? Or what do you mean? Do you mean when you look at it on my save or when you're looking at it like live? The exterior? Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. supposed to be dark. And is there a possibility that it's too black and we're missing some definition that we could otherwise have? Yeah, that's possible. Am I going to go through and color change every single effing small pillar that it took to build the outsides to make a very slight shade difference in the color of black? No. Hey, Tito Brainer, I stopped at your steel factory video. Seeing this at my screen is insane. Well, welcome aboard, bro. We are working through this giant factory. This is the last complete floor, I think, that we have. Still struggling with whether or not I like it not matching the rest of the buildings except for the rocket fuel factory. I know. It was a little bit of a, oh yeah, okay. We barely started this other floor. I got tired. But we did look, we left notes for ourselves. Look how smart I am. Good job, past kin. Usually past kin just hands me problems. Today, past kin handed me solutions. But I get what you're saying with the stark difference in whether or not it matches. Like, I get it. It was kind of a risk, but also at the same time, I needed a change up, you know? And so it was almost a risk of necessity. By necessity, I needed to make that. All right, so I think the first thing that we do is clean up these edges, get the foundations ready for us to build on. That's fair. I was just considering aesthetically. Well, me too. But I don't know. I think it kind of provides a finality. But I agree. The takeaway here is I agree with you, and sometimes I'm not even sure that I agree with what ended up being my Okay, so we have a new problem. You guys want to... I did something new today. I added some shortcuts, some keyboard shortcuts while I was working to adjust my sound profiles. And I added them to control up and control down and control left and right. Well, I went to move my first item in a nudge, and yes, it changed the sound profile. It did cut off. You're not imagining things, so I have to change my keyboard shortcuts so that it doesn't change my sound profile. Wonder if I use Alt a lot. Wonder if we change Control to Alt. Of course, I add one new thing to the system, and everything downstream comes to a screeching halt. All right, we're gonna change it over to Alt numbers. Should have known. I swear, there's always something. There's always something. Okay, so now instead of control numbers, It's Alt. The thing is, I use the Nostromo pad, so I'm just not like I'm hitting the control button. I'm hitting a button on the Nostromo pad that is control. So it kind of, I didn't expect that. Isn't Alt a keybind for Satisfactory? Well, maybe, but if I don't use it while I'm hitting the numbers ever, I think it's like a ping. So isn't it not a ping? Yeah, there's nothing that combines left alt. I don't think I'll ever be hitting alt and the arrow buttons. So I think we're okay. Alt scroll. Yeah, I don't do that though. Well, maybe I do. Oh yeah, I do. But I don't hit the number pads. I think we're safe. I think we're safe, boys. Either way, if I'm not safe, at least now we pre-know the answer. I knew it. As soon as that happened, I knew it happened. Yeah, it changes the hotbars. But I think we're okay. Crisis averted. Yeah, it's not the numbers, it's my arrow keys that I have it set to. We're okay, boys. No need to freak out. What about Alt F4? Ooh, good question. Let me try that out real quick. Did I ever tell you guys the story about the shenanigans that I used to get up to when I would play World of Warcraft? I probably have, but it's never stopped me before, so I'm gonna go ahead and tell you the same story again. All right, so imagine, go back in your mind to 2008. I am a cocky, too smart for my own good, pain in the ass, and I'm sitting in Ultrek Valley's load screen waiting with all of these other dummies just like me. And my favorite move, okay, was to say /emote and then type has reported you AFK. To return to the action, type /AFK. And the way the emote system in World of Warcraft worked is it would put up not a chat, but like it looked like a little system. You know, it was an emote, but it kind of looked different enough that you could kind of see it and maybe think that it was a system message. So basically, it would use my character name as the emote, but I worded it in such a way that it made it look like it was a system message and somebody had reported you, because everybody can see the emote. We're all standing around waiting for the queue for Ultrek Valley, right? Which was like, I don't know, like 40 versus 40 or something. right? And then what would happen is people would do what I told them to do, which is type /AFK. Well, when you do that, guess what happens? It actually makes you AFK. And if you're AFK, it kicks you out of the battleground. So what I would do is I would type that and then I would see like 4 or 5 people, you know, blah, 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 it's left the battleground, blah, 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 it's left the battleground. And basically I would like, you know, 4 or 5 people would fall for the bait. And the best part is I could see them falling for it. It's great. Oh my God. I was and am still such a pain in the ass. But you gotta admit, this shit is funny. Now, you wanna know the real, true secret? You guys ready? For the real secret. The real secret is that I got the idea to do it because I fell for it. And it pissed me off, so I decided to pay it forward and make everybody else deal with the same problem that somebody did to me. And I'm sure I continued the cycle by tricking somebody and then they continuing it. Ah, good times. Good times. Let's go ahead and do this. Be a big negatory. Die. Oh. Okay. Use half foundations? Well, I can use half foundations to solve one of the problems, but it doesn't solve the other problem. I want to make a border that is the same depth all the way around. I actually want that little corner piece. It is a feature, not a bug, as the kids say. I don't know. Maybe I'll decide I don't like it. Lovely then. Back on Arasaka. Yes, sir. Guess who's back? Tell a friend. Am I going to spend all stream fooling around with this? Maybe. Gotta admit, it's a real possibility. We all have our weaknesses. Your favorite prank is to take screenshots of computers' desktops, set that as the wallpaper, and then hide the actual icons. Oh my God. If I did that, if I did that to like one of my coworkers, he would be so, it's the perfect prank for him because he would be so mad when it was happening. And then as soon as it dawned on him what was actually happening, he would think it was hilarious. It's like the perfect prank. That's not... Elmo doesn't think that's true. All right, what did we do here? Obviously, we have a problem. Let me go downstairs and see what the structure is. It's a constructor line. I thought we did an assembler line, boys and girls. We didn't. We have never done assemblers in that slot. All right, so how do we handle it? I think I got Nadir. What if we move this out? Then we take that. All right. That's subtle. I think that's gonna work. And it is tight. Why is this purple, by the way? I know why. Silly, silly. Is that the right? Yeah, that's right. All black with a little bit of red. All right. So we've got a plan. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Now, we need 8 of them. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's go full. That's 11. What is the... Ugh, I don't want to do the math, bros. Can't I just automate the automation? Can we just do that? Five and a half is the middle point. Right, yeah. Oh, that's not gonna work. This sucks in many ways. Idoki, have a good night, man. Or I'll see you later. Okay, 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 okay. All right, so the structure that I've gone with here is 2 here in the center, although it didn't turn out to be. That did it. Should have been there. All right. So what do we need to do? I need to make a new blueprint setup for assemblers. This one's going to be a custom job. Sorry, just had to yell at a child. No sound problems. Well, not the sound problems you were thinking of. I think one of my children was bouncing a noisy ball down the stairs. Okay, this is the one that we need to edit. It's very, very, very similar. We just have to change the locations. Of these lifts. All right, let's see how that works. I think we have a winner. And I spoke too soon. Steven, this is my first time experiencing an update in Satisfactory. How long does it generally take active modders to update the mods? It's a good question. I'm not sure. I can tell you a big old mod like Satisfactory Plus is going to be a while. Now, a lot of them are already working on it. And so you may see some mods get rolled out same day. But I honestly don't remember. So if anybody in the chat remembers, like for 1.1, how often we got our update, might be useful. I mean, not how often, but how soon after we got the update. Oh my God. Okay, listen. First of all, we never addressed the chicken nugget in the room from last night. Okay. You came in here, you threw around accusations, you started shit, and then you left. Okay. As your father, I consider that, frankly, rather rude. And if your friends are encouraging that kind of behavior, then I think this is something, that we may need to talk about. Okay, so that's number one. And number two, all the Taco Bells. You want to go someplace fun? Want to go to Taco Bell? Okay, this distance is 10, so this other one's going to be 11. Chicken nuggets are tasty. Yeah, we were talking last night about the fact that there is a very repeating pattern here. Dinosaurs existed. They turned into chickens. Chickens exist. They got turned into nuggets. Nuggets exist, and they got turned into dinosaur nuggets. And the cycle continues. Does my factory serve Baja Blasts? And where can we find them? It seems to me that you're searching for a very particular answer to a very particular problem. I don't think my factories are equipped to handle your issues. Okay. And I know that's one of your friends talking, because I can't imagine, or at least their idea, because I can't imagine the last time you actually had a Baja Blast. Nuggets again, don't go off in oil. Don't tempt me. Yeah, that was her problem, actually. That was her fault. She started this conversation yesterday, which turned into this huge, collapsing star type of train wreck of a discussion that ended in me, perpetuating unsubstantiated YouTube conspiracy theories, internet conspiracy theories. I wonder where we can go with the new topic tonight, Baja Blasts. I've got a great Taco Bell related joke for you guys, though. They would like to know how you have so much chicken nugget knowledge. We all know the answer to that question. I won't kid myself. You don't kid yourself. You love a good conspiracy theory? The Beard of Wise. The Beard of Wise covers the chin of Nugget. That is essentially the purpose of the Beard of Wise. Want to see the Taco Bell Factory City? You and your friends have strange, like, micro obsessions. You know, my daughter and her friends have come up with this, like, complicated backstory to my daughter's cat about how her cat went back in time and was responsible for the destruction of the dinosaurs. I don't understand. The difference between a conspiracy theorist and common knowledge is about 3 months. Boy, you found the right audience here. The problem is, you know, this isn't a conspiracy theory channel. I just, you know, play Satisfactory and spout unsubstantiated claims and do that for about 4 hours until, you know, it's time to collapse in bed and forget to turn off the camera. All right, so here's the Cyberpunk city. I hate to say this, but there are no Taco Bells included in this city. We do have some snowmen completing a prayer effigy, which we could look into more detail if warranted. We also have a gas station. So, I mean, we do have a gas station, to be fair, and yes, and it is very possible that this gas station, although not a Taco Bell, may have chicken nuggets and or Baja Blasts. While building a factory city, yes, we are building a factory city. Let me get a better angle here so I can show you guys this cool stuff, and you guys can puff up my ego even more, which is really the point of these streams, because if you're not puffing up my ego, my wife sure as shit ain't gonna do it, and neither is my daughter, so why are we even here? You know, do you think I worked this hard to get a "oh, that's fine"? You still remember when you started this? I know, we're getting really close to finishing it. The snowmen look like they're trying to summon an elder Xmas creature. Omega, did you ever see those up close? What do the snowmen have against Baja Blasts? Let's go find out, shall we? Let's take a closer look. It's very far down. The Blade Runner facility is top notch, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, we there was some recent changes to the settings that allowed us to have the lights all ablaze from this distance, and I think it turned out really well. So, you know, Taco Bell, Blade Runner, I don't know. You sketch out the shape of the buildings beforehand? It's kind of different every time. Oh no. Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh yeah. Heather is rating with a potty of 10. If Johnny doesn't find my Arasaka Tower, it'll be fine. What's the worst could happen? What were you playing, Heather? I don't know why, but the bot or whatever isn't saying what game you played. But welcome, you and your 10 viewers. We were just doing a little mini tour. Snowman practiced the religion of relish. No Taco Bell. Ken, not the snowman. We know where they were doing that tree. They say that no doggos will be sacrificed. Let's take a close look at the snowman in question, shall we? Satisfactory. Very nice, very nice. I didn't want to assume your preferred game. There we go. You can set up a, check this out. Set up a slow, creepy dolly shot. You guys ready? There you go. Whoever snows last has to eat the candy cane. You love that I'm still using the Fixmas stuff? Well, this is, you know, you say that, but little do you realize that this is actually the Fixmas stuff from 2024. This is actually 2 Fixmases ago. So, yeah, I actually didn't do Fixmas this year. They were summoning McDonald's. Yeah, well, listen, this finally explains why all of the McFlurries are broken. Yeah, we built this in 2024. There's really a lot to this city. There's kind of more than I can really share in a reasonable amount of time. There's a hidden road under here with hidden little garages where trucks come and pick up things. And inside the hidden garage within the hidden road is a hidden corridor. Nested secrets within secrets. Lots of truck activity. We also have an additional secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. It's not so secret now. We did build this city. We built this city on Cyberpunk. Just remember, anybody that's relatively new, I do have a chat mirroring set up so you can talk to each other. Yeah. Cubewave and Korthal, the gremlins that crawl in the pipes. Last time we were here was Phasmophobia. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. You know, it's fine. I have some crazy shit planned for you guys in the next series. It's going to be a little bit of a departure. I'm still going to make sure that we take cosmetics seriously. But, you know, this playthrough has kind of been focused on cosmetics, and that's really not going to be the next playthrough. I need to kind of change things up. Also, I realized that I didn't really answer. The city looks really shitty during the day. I didn't really answer to a good enough satisfaction on that earlier question on, do I plan my buildings out beforehand? It's tough because each one's so different. What is this? You guys see that? Disgusting. Oh my god. Can you please just stand on the pipe? Thank you. How long has that been there? This is one from last stream. I just forgot to delete this extra tail. Yeah. I said that right before I saw Cube's message. Now I gotta find that little spot that I built. Minikin, your mother and I started a new show without you. And frankly, I enjoyed it, and we're going to be watching it. So if you and your friends have access to Netflix and want to watch something kind of scary, you could watch the first episode of the show that we were watching. And I thought it was, frankly, pretty good. And I have a pretty high bar. Although I think I have already figured out the mystery and the plot 20 minutes into the first episode. I paused it and yelled it out to my wife, and she just looked at me. But chances are, I think I actually am correct about what the major plot reveal will be, what the mystery is, what the monster is, and how it all works. And I figured it out in 20 minutes. And I'm probably roughly 80% correct. Night lighting supremacy, yeah. Wait, hold on. We have a real problem here brewing. There's serious questions that need answering. My friend has never seen Avatar: The Last Airbender. Sad, really sad. And frankly, I think you need better friends. I've been coming to this realization slowly but surely. They would like to know and pose the question, do McDonald's French fries make rats' hair grow faster? Honestly, I think the only way that we can really get to the bottom of that question, of that seriousness, is to run empirical testing. So why don't you guys go ahead, go out, gather up some rats, and go to McDonald's and, measure the hair, and then, get back to us in a couple of weeks. I think that's really going to be the only way for us to answer this question. What's the show? The show that I watched the first episode of tonight, I thought it was solid. It's not going to break any records or anything like that, but it was enjoyable, and I liked the main actor. Was this show. It's not helpful. It's called The Burrows. It's got Alfred Molina in it, who played Doc Ock in Spider-Man. And then Bill Pullman is also in it, and he is the president in Independence Day. And yeah. So far, so good. I just watched the first episode. That was the work that I was finishing up while I was late. Just so that we're all on the same page. But yeah, I mean, it's like rated like MA mature. I think there was a couple of F-bombs there, but like, it's not that big of a deal. Basically it is like Stranger Things, but adults. And instead of the 80s, it's the 50s. Oh my gosh, Killer Rain rated us with 1 viewer. Yeah, you fixed the bot. Thanks, Killer. Huge raid. Huge raid. That's a game-changing raid for me, guys. Game-changing. My channel can finally take off. All right, let's set these because I feel like not looking at red lights anymore. All right, so 4.8 and 3. The 4.8s we'll do first. Silicon circuit board. We'll go the 4s and then the 80% on the end. Silicon circuit board. That's 3, 4, and then this is 80%. Bam. Huge raid, huge raid. Next is gonna be OC Supercomputers. Boom, boom, boom. Now, why don't I have power here? Last question for you guys to answer. Is a hot dog a sandwich or a taco? And do you drink or eat soup? Oof. Now she's gonna leave. She's gonna drop that bomb and walk away without even seeing the carnage that will result. A hot dog is not a sandwich nor a taco. And you eat soup. You drink broth, but you eat soup. What's the difference between broth and soup? Does the broth have a bunch of stuff in it? Now, are there some examples of soups that blur that line? There is. Like anything, there are examples that refuse to be categorized. I forgot to connect it. That's why I didn't. Like tomato soup. Tomato soup is essentially a broth. But I would still say you eat tomato soup. But if you're going to make an argument that any soup is a drinkable soup, tomato soup is right there. Minniekin and her bored friends coming to the channel. It's fine. It's fine. Feel free. Feel free. Is ice cream just frozen soup? No. Ice cream is frozen cream. Hello? Doi. Cha. It's in the name. Is cereal soup? Hold on. I have to stop what I'm doing. I have to consider this. I think that's an important question that deserves real research. You guys ready? Let's find out. This is really a food channel that's pretending to be a Satisfactory channel. So let's just not pretend. Let's bring out the big guns. What is the definition of a soup? Broadly speaking, a soup is a primarily liquid food served warm or cool that is made by combining the ingredients such as meat, vegetables, grains with stock, milk, or water. Now, we trick this going by your definition. Would cereal, example, Captain Crunch, and cold milk in a bowl be considered soup? It's the ultimate late night debate. Shut up. It knows. If we follow the literary dictionary definition exactly, a liquid food combined with other ingredients, served in a bowl and eaten with a spoon, then yes, technically cereal could be argued to be a soup. Specifically, a cold, sweet, uncooked grain soup. Intent? We don't intent? I'm a letter of the law kind of guy. I don't think we need to read the rest of this bullshit. Wait, fun fact. Is it fun? If you want a breakfast food that actually qualifies as a soup, look at porridge or congee. These are grains boiled directly in water. That's not fun. I think it's clear. Cereal's the soup. Question answered. The research has been done. And as we know, there is no greater authority on any topic, really, than AI. Another important question answered. And people say AI isn't useful. Thank you for diving into that for you. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm here to serve. I think it cleared up some lingering questions, frankly. All right, we are moving along here, boys. You object to the AI part? Well, maybe I shouldn't use Google searches either. All that was a Google search wrapped in a different structure. It's no different than a Google search. My mom objected to the internet for quite a few years because she watched a Dateline episode that there was porn on the internet. So we didn't have the internet for 6 years. In 6 years, not going to be having this conversation about AI. Don't sell my research short. I particularly like the fact that I opened not with, is cereal a soup? No, I made it give me the definition of a soup so that I could force it to say what I wanted it to say, which was that cereal was indeed a soup. All right, what's our note say? Refineries. Ooh, do we have a refinery blueprint made? I don't know if we do. We manufacture, we have a converter, we have particle accelerator. I mean, frankly, honestly, I think we're in the wrong channel, right? Like, what am I'm playing a game that is about automation. If I can quickly, easily get some information that I need, I am, of course, going to use AI to do it. I mean, look at what I mean. Efficiency, baby. Puppies and kittens. We need a new one. We need a new one. Yeah, my research. I'm going to submit that for a doctorate. You know what it reminds me of? Reminds me when I was growing up in like high school, right? And like the number one thing that we were never allowed to do was like to source the internet in our research, because the internet was unreliable, especially Wikipedia, extremely unreliable. We have to go to the sources. We have to go to encyclopedias. We can't use the internet for research because there are lies on the internet. AI is the same way. It's exactly the same thing. What do I want? I want... And without the internet, I wouldn't be able to sit in my bedroom and play a video game for people all over the world to watch me. I mean, if we stop to think about what's actually happening here, it's pretty wild. And as our rule dictates, we never use floor holes. Oop. Right. No, not can feeding and refining from the bottom up. Well, okay. You raise a fair point. But to be fair, I've already addressed this. I'm happy to give a little reminder. And we actually have another question about fluids that have popped up. So it's an even better reason to talk about this. Okay. This is probably going to turn into quite a few minutes of me providing some information. Okay. But let me finish this thought. Let me wrap up this and then we'll go from there. Hi, Ken and chat. How are we? We're doing great. And I want to talk about fluids and address CubeWave's joke. That isn't actually a joke. He makes a very good point, but there is some interesting facets. Ramble on. Oh, I shall. Don't tempt me. Do not tempt me. Oh, that's not gonna work. That irritates me. It irritates me. Basically, what I'm going to talk about is give you all the reasons in a long-winded form of what is essentially do as I say and not as I do. If that works. But, you know, let me build us there. Go Arasaka. Refinery. Okay. So the question was raised about feeding refineries from below. There is a way to do that doesn't violate the rule, but generally speaking, right, you shouldn't do this. Okay, you need to feed from above and flow down so that the fluid is forced to fall down into your factory. Okay, really should do that. Okay, let's take a look. Let's bust out the old teaching tool. That's right. Everybody's favorite. Paint. Okay, so if you have your refinery here and you've got your fluid hole, best practices are fluid gets generated or dropped in up and then, do you like that pipe? And then down into the hole. This is going to be a much safer route. What I'm doing is I'm going to have some pipes underneath in the subfloor. We're really getting some winners here. And then I'm going to make it go up and try to push it up into the machine. Probably not a good idea. Will I have to redo some of this if I have a critical failure? It's a possibility. However, I am sacrificing surety of operation for cosmetics. I don't want any pipes to be exposed and make it look like shit. So what am I doing to mitigate the risk? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and build a industrial fluid storage on this floor that the pipe will go up and into, set a high point, and then drop back down. So what really should be happening is we should be getting what is in effect a water tower pressure from a high point in fluid. And honestly, if you just did this, I should maybe change the color for emphasis. If you just did this water tower idea every time you needed to use fluids, frankly, doing that, I have 3 major rules. Do this, number 1. Number 2 was number 2. Number 3, no floor holes and no valves. Now I remember number 2. When you are pumping up and there's your pipe, and let's say you set your pump down here, there is going to be a visible high water mark where the head lift is, indicating to you from where this pump was. Do not attach your pump to that indicator. It's very tempting. It's begging you, please attach your pump to my blue indicator. Should be drinking whiskey. I'm going to keep talking like this. Don't be tempted. Do not listen to the devil on your shoulder telling you to attach your pump to that blue indicator. Instead, put your pump about right there. Put it underneath the indicator, because the water doesn't actually get as far as you need, and it will create problems in here. So those are the 3 rules. Now, is it a better idea to always drop in like this? Yes, but I think that this water tower design should work. Why no floor holes? Why no floor holes? Well, Okie Sooner isn't here to defend his position. So I will have to, what is the opposite of straw manning? Steel man. I will have to steel man the position that I am in. I paid greatly in time spent trying to debug factories in update 8. And so many of those times, it turned out that it was a bugged floor hole. Floor holes were 100% absolutely broken in update 8. However, because I had such a traumatizing experience with floor holes, and even though the rumor is that they're fixed in 1.0 and 1.1, frankly, I don't care. I just don't use them, because I don't want in the back of my mind to wonder, I wonder if this is broken because I used a floor hole. What's the first thing I'm going to do? I'm going to go back through and I'm going to delete the floor hole. So why do that? Why not just not build the floor hole in the first place? Now, are they fixed? Maybe. Do I care? I do not. It's a great time, and you're currently building a water tower right now. Yeah, so look at what I'm doing here, right? I've already put this one into practice. The oil comes up, it's gonna be stored here, and then it drops down. And then it comes back up and gets used in these factories. This is a lower point than this. And so again, in theory, it should provide a water tower type mechanic. Sad Seal 21, man, your videos are stellar. Thank you. I appreciate that. What about my videos do you like? I'm always trying to improve, and I would love any specifics. Bottom up refinery sounds like a pain. Yeah, it'll work out, or it won't. How would you go about feeding through logistics layers if you have any, like 3 layers of machines that need fluid? Like the same fluid? Like the same pipe, do you mean? Just build a big headlift tower out in the middle of nowhere, easy peasy. Well, my setup here is the trains bring the fluids up the into the city. One thing that I could have done, and I did do it in the other factory, right over here in this factory, and the fluids work perfectly. At the top of my blueprint stack, like way up at the top, is a fluid buffer. So I pump all the way up to the top. My camera cuts out like right here. I pump all the way to the top, and then we drop down into all the machines below. Can be a different pipe. Well, you can only fit 600 in a pipe, right? So if you have more than that, you've got to find a way to split that up. What I've done in the past and has worked is, let's say you've got a bunch of machines, right? And maybe this represents a lot more than just 8 machines. Okay. What I've done before is made a network of pipes, you know, and maybe there's another set of these machines opposite. But either way, it's one big network of piping down here. And then what I do, and let's say you need 3,600. Okay, 3,600 water for all these machines. Well, what I do is I create a shared network, and then I drop in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hundies. And I spread out where I drop them in to the network. And 6 times 600 is 3,600. So I've done this before and it has worked. This is how my oil pump setup worked in the Star Wars factory, the Senate building. Basically, I had one giant network of circular pipes, and then those circular pipes were connected. And I basically just filled up the concentric circular networks of pipes. And I dropped in the oil in strategic locations. And that way, what it does is it kind of like settles. You don't need each of these machines. Now, stop and think about this. Let's say each of these machines needed 150 each. Exactly. Well, that's a little easier, right? Because what you could do is you could take your 600 pipey and you can go, hey, look, 4 divided by 150 is 600. And then you just take one pipe, drop it in, and you feed these guys, and you're done. Bing. But what if instead of exactly 150, it's something like 88.7? How do you deal with that? You're just gonna You know what I'm saying? Like that's a pain in the ass. So that's where this system comes in handy, because that machine is just going to pull what it needs out of the pipe. And as long as you make sure that there isn't a food desert, a local food desert of machinery between dropping in the supplies, you should be fine. Split up fluids. Don't try to manifold a Mark II pipe. You'll have to explain what you mean, Killer. Worm King, on an unrelated note, asking chat and or Kin, is there a way to disable the wireframe in the blueprinter? I tried Google, but no luck. You should try AI. Just kidding. Or am I? The wireframe. As far as better videos, you're just a Padawan ADHD tinker. Hey, no worries. I was just wondering if I could get any specifics, anything that I could bring into my future videos. You started to oversaturate your fluids instead of trying to feed exact amounts, and it solved a lot of my headaches. Well, that's essentially what I was describing, right? I'm just providing that fluid network with all the fluid as possible. But there are instances where you do get a nice opportunity to just eat up an entire pipe, and I'll do that too. But most of the time it ends up being messy, and I do something like this. No, it's the pipe network, the fluid buffer, or the tower. Well, technically speaking, a pipe network is anywhere that pipes touch. Oh, I'm so glad this isn't a Star Rupture stream and I have to deal with Melkor Nerd and Mikey talking about touching pipes. Technically this would all be a network, right? It would be all inclusive, but you have different options, right? You could bring in, instead of making it one big network like this, you just bring in and keep them siloed. Right? One pipe comes in and deals with those two. One pipe comes in, deals with those two. And these pipes never touch each other. They're on different networks. Or you connect all of these so that, technically a fluid could travel and hit any of them, and then you drop in your supplies. Now, if that supply has a fluid buffer at the top, which I suggest, and that comes all the way down here where the fluid pumps are, right, where you're getting the water, well, this whole thing is a network together. Now, in my use case, I was just kind of referring to this portion of the network, but really any time you have things connected with pipes, it makes a network. In your fuel factory, you have all the pipes connected to each other in the fluid network. I seeing water restrictions down the chain, even though your buffers have a flow of 600. The key with that is I have food deserts. Okay, that setup is so complicated It's something like this. I think what you're calling out, Killer, is a failure of implementation, not a failure of principle. Okay, so let's say we've got 600 here and 600 here, and I'm just going to make up some numbers here to make the math make sense. But let's say it's 200 and 200 there, right? And then we have this guy here and this guy here and this guy here. All right, and then this water drops in. He feeds this one, he feeds this one, he feeds half of this one, and he feeds half of this one. This guy comes in, he feeds this one, he feeds this one, he feeds half of this one and half of this one. Where do these assholes get their water? They don't. Right? I have a failure of implementation. This is, I think, what's happening in the fuel factory. I need to drop in another pipe. Where do I drop in my pipes? Right? And there's better ways of doing it than what I pulled off in the fuel factory. But I don't think it's a problem with the principle. I think it's a problem with the mistakes that I made putting it together. Yeah, how do you have, well, no one section of pipe carries the 3600 in my earlier example, right? The pipe can only carry 600. But you see how, like, there is like an area of effect around each feed in that gets handled by the flow. In a perfect world, you'd make those overlap, right? To make sure that everybody gets coverage. The fuel buffers are disconnected from each other, Killer, but they're up here, right? So they're up here. If we sort of scroll up, right, the fuel buffers are like this, and their inputs are separated, but their outputs all join the same network. So in reality, it's all one big network. At least to the point of when they drop off the water from the trains. That's so weird that it goes to half to each side. I don't know that. We don't know that. It'll go where it's needed. We don't know where we don't know where it is. I can tell you this. If I had a different example here, don't take my example as something that we know would always happen, because we don't know that. But what if I dropped in another pipe here? Well, the majority of this pipe would go this way. The majority of that pipe would go that way. So it doesn't necessarily split half and half. Ever had good luck with that? When you expect consumption to allow more fluid than 600 because it's consuming it? Never had good luck with that. Need multiple different pipes, each carrying 600 that all connect to a chain of pipes connected to the machines. Yeah, Worm King, I think that's what I'm talking about, right? What this does is it provides flexibility. The pipes rebalance themselves. You don't have to do the math. Okay, if you have, now what you also don't want is to overfeed one section, because let's say that, this eats 150, this eats 150, and this eats 150. Well, this water is going to come in and go this direction. This is going to come in and go that direction. This 600 pipe can't be used because this section of pipe is 600 because of this guy. And this section of pipe is 600 because of this guy. So this 600, which has 150 left over, has nowhere to go. It can't go anywhere. It can't cross this point because of the 600, and it can't cross this point because of the 600. So you have an extra 150 water just lying around in here. So it does self-correct, but only within the limits of the 600 per minute flow in any one section. All based on usage, pipe refills as needed by demand. Exactly, right? It's a self-balancing system if you do something like this versus making sure that the exact amount is covered. Now, you don't have to make it exact. I mean, in my earlier example, what did I do? Like 88? Okay, well, what's 88 divided by 600? I mean, the other way. 6.8, okay? So if you do 6 of them, okay, 88 times 6, that's 528. So fill up a pipe with 600, you know, feed 6 of these and keep it a closed loop, keep it a closed system. Now, you kind of waste a little bit of pipe throughput space, but is that the end of the world? No. So you could do it that way. You could, and I have. So those are the two kind of different ways of thinking about it, right? You're gonna do one shared network and drop it in a way that makes sense, or you just figure out how many machines a 600 pipe can hold or fill, and you know, wastage is just a price that you have to pay. Do you need to loop it together underneath itself? I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. You have to make sure that the water that's coming in to the pipes into that area has enough machines that it can get to expend its own supply. That's what you have to make sure. It doesn't need some other sort of arbitrary loop or anything like that. Just popped into the stream. Looks like you're working with fluids and I already want to puke. Well, technically I'm not working on fluids per se. I'm laying out a factory design that does include fluids. But I was answering a viewer question more than anything. Like in the drawn circle underneath the machines, this was just to represent the fact that they're all connected. And I kind of implied that there was another set of machines over here. So this isn't a vertical loop. This is more like a horizontal loop, right? If I was being isometrically perfectly perpendicular to the machines, this wouldn't be a loop, it would be a line. Top down, it would look like this, with the red machines looking at the top like this and like this. But honestly, it can take many shapes. You don't have to do it that way. I was just using that as a example of this, the loop. Does that make sense? Would that still work? Sure, it would work. There'd just be no reason for that pipe to go down there. Why do that? You could just do them in a line. Right? You have your your refineries or whatever. Why don't you just do them in a line? This still works. You know, something like this. The loop is nice because it provides some insurance. You know, you come back around and you connect the other side. So again, top down, it would look like this. There's really no reason for you to do, so that's safer. But you don't need to do that. You could just do the one line. You just got to make sure that, again, you don't violate the rule. You know, the one line is a little bit easier to understand the rule, actually. Like, let's say you have these machines, right? And you're dropping in water, and this is 600. You got to make sure that, you know, if you drop in another 600, where does this 600 go? Unless your machines are 300 apiece, the remaining out of this 600 is SOL. Does that make sense? A small break for stretching. Okay, I think we've beaten that horse to death. Wouldn't you guys agree? You just feed them further apart. Exactly. And look, you got to put it into practice. You got to see for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Ba-dum-bum. All right, we need 6. And 1. Sushi Cat, what up, Ken? Hope you're doing good. I am. I'm a little tired. I have a lot of stuff going on, but it's just normal sleepy. I'm not getting enough sleep. I have a lot of things going on my brain and not enough time to accomplish them, but you know, see, but I can't complain, right? Of all the things that could be happening to me. That one's pretty chill. Hold on 1 second. It's hot in here. How much throughput can I get through one train cart? 600. You get one pipe. You got to go the same rules. Same rules apply as they do for solids. Items. Well, it's the same thing I just said, right? If you hook up two 480s, can you get two 480s out? No. You have to do it this way. I'm assuming by your example saying two 480s that that's all you have available to you, right? Is a Mark IV. It has to be done like this. Sometimes fluids do this crazy thing called hammering. By connecting them in a loop, it corrects that issue. You're mixing things, DMC Dragon. That's something else. You're right, but that's not what the question was. Hammering is when you have a crazy ton of items in one long list like this. And I mean a lot of them. And this happens when you're trying to feed fuel generators. It's almost always fuel generators. And you feed in, let's do yellow for fuel. You feed in yellow here. Oh my God, Becky. You feed in yellow here, and then it has to manifold all the way down. This guy on the end, he's not going to be happy, even if your math works out. And that's because satisfactory fluids don't work right. And to cover the fact that they don't work right, they just say, it behaves like real life. And then they brush it under the rug and don't change anything or fix it or give us any tools to better understand what's happening. Sorry. I love Coffee Stain Studios. I think they are one of the best, if not the best development team of any game I've ever played. But I am unsatisfied with their idea of how fluids work. There are major problems. People quit every day because they don't understand fluids, and there's no guidebook. There's no way of helping people. There's very few ways of figuring out what's actually happening. You have to go to a YouTube channel and figure it out. And frankly, most people can't be bothered, and so they just fucking quit. It's a terrible decision. They shouldn't do it. And if they are going to keep it that way, they need to give us far better tools on diagnosis, so that, because I get more questions on fluids than any other aspect of the game. Now, I'm not saying make it stupider and make it more simple, but I am saying don't hide it behind a black box of just like, hey, we looked into it. It's not buggy. It just works like real life, which isn't true. It doesn't. It doesn't simulate fluids. It has some characteristics that kind of remind you of how fluids work in real life. And even if it did, is that a good game design decision? Confusion and frustration? No. Sorry. I'm on a rant. I'll try to bring it down. But yeah, this is what hammering is. And how you fix that is you create another loop. And it can just be another pipe that runs along the top pipe. And it just makes it so that this guy on the end, he has two opportunities to get the fluid that he needs. And then the line of where this feed starts and stops, it can flow based on need. It's actually very, very similar concept to this up here, but it's not exactly the same. But it's close. I wouldn't call what this is up here hammering. Hammering happens because you have all these separate machines gulping their fluid in different timings, and by the time, you know, like you know, the runt of the litter, by the time it gets down to the end, there's not much left. The problem is people have named that hammering, which is fine, but there's also a term in real life of fluid dynamics called hammering, and it sort of sounds the same, but it's not the same. And so people like to think that, oh, it works in real life. I got Oki Sooner in here telling me like, oh, I understand how fluids work in real life, so therefore I understand how they work in the game. And if you do this little trick in real life to help your fluid flow, then it should work in the game because they're the same. They're not the same. They're not. Sorry, I worked myself up again. All right, back to the trains. You have to feed it like this. And if you have Mark IVs, you can't get 2 Mark IVs out. You can only get 1 Mark IV out. Okay. Fluid needs a whole rework. I'm a bit let down that didn't happen on 1.2. I didn't expect it to. Really, actually, frankly, I don't really expect it to for a long time. If we looked at Factorio as an example, basically fluids behaved very strangely in Factorio, and for years and years and years they said, hey, that's the nature of fluids, think of it as a challenge. And then so many people complained for so long, and there were mods that basically removed the finickiness of fluids in Factorio, and it essentially became mandatory for everybody to put those mods in because they detested wasting their time trying to fix arbitrary, stupid ass mechanics within their factory game. They wanted to fix a factory, not troubleshoot fluid mechanics for 15. I've already hit my limit of F words this stream for 15 freaking hours, right? Because it's causing people to quit. And I love this game and I don't want people to quit. So my guess is what's going to happen, just like Factorio, when, like I said, they just said, oh, it's part of the game forever and ever and ever. Eventually they realized, well, we need to change this because it sucks. People don't like it. Okay. Game decisions should be made based on if it's fun. Okay. Who plays games and says like, oh, I'm not going to play this anymore because it doesn't match real life? You play games because they're fun. And if there's a mechanic that is unfun and it's a huge friction point that causes people to quit, change it. You know, and Factorio did, and everybody likes the fluid change. Same thing's going to happen with Satisfactory. And again, I'm not saying make them act like gases, dumb it down. I'm not saying that, but there's an issue, and it's proven by the fact that we all hate talking about fluids. Yes, hammering in real life is something that you can see in your own home. If you ever shut the water off really fast or have a washing machine, you can sometimes hear it happening. Yeah, it happens in pipes. It is a real thing. I see, so the limit is half of what you put in. No, the limit is 100% of what you put in. The limit is your belt speed. Limit is not half of what you put in. Who's the innie? He's the outie. All right, so you're the innie. In this case, the limit is 480. 480 in, 480 plus 480 in equals 480 out. Well, I'm not sure if I'm exactly following what you're saying, Wormkin, but we're not actually doing 480 in and 480 in. We're not doing 480 times 2. We're doing 480 times 1. Yeah. Wormkin, yeah. No, you cannot do this. Why can't you do this? Think about this. Why doesn't this work? What is the one mechanic? You're only partially right. He said, because the buffer empties. To be fair, I've never used trains on my own. That's okay. That's why we're walking through it. That is not the mechanic that I was thinking of. There's a very specific thing that happens in trains that requires this. Now, you can cheat a little bit. Don't get me wrong, and I'll talk about that. All right? I can see some of you guys that really know how this works blaming me, accusing me of oversimplifying this. I will get to the edge case in a second. But why doesn't this work? Correct. The loading and unloading mechanic. When a train is being loaded and unloading, these belts shut off to this. They cannot enter and they cannot exit. So if you're expecting 480 to go into here, it's never going to happen. Okay? It cannot happen. We're not going to get 480 times 2 on the other end of the unloaded train because you're going to lose time when this gets loaded in the train, and you're going to lose time when it gets unloaded out of it. You lose it twice. Anytime there is a train at either the loading or the unloading, your flow stops. That makes sense? Simplify this. Imagine it's just this. It's not the max. And I'll tell you why in a second. That's the sort of edge case I'm talking about. But I hate that. If you put 480 in here, let's pretend he's only had one hole for a second. If you put 480 in here, you know instinctively, right, that you cannot get 480 out because every time the train loads, it cuts it off. So you can't get it out. So how do we deal with this? Now, when this train loads, or in this case unloads, these can get shut off. But this already has a bunch of extra material in it because while the flow is open, we're pulling twice as much out and loading in 2x when only 1x comes out. So this fills up. And then when these belts shut off, this has plenty of room for this belt to never stop flowing. but it was unloading twice as much to make up for the time it was off. Correct. Now, here's the caveat. The train isn't, the flow of these belts are not shut off half the time. If they were shut off at exactly half the time, then this would be your maximum. Technically, it's not. You could pull another belt out of here. You could. But depending on how far apart your train stations are and how often a train has to come by to stop the flow, you can no longer count on the fact that you're going to get X flow out of these, because there's too many variables. So the answer is somewhere between 1 belt and 2 belts. So to be safe, just do 1 belt. Can you cheat a little bit and pull 2 belts out? Sure you can. But Cube Wave, what happened in my save when I tried to cheat a little bit and get 2 copper belts out? It doesn't quite work right. Over at the United Tower, I needed a little bit more than 780. I think I needed like 850 or something like that. But it's still a little funky. It's not safe, okay? I mean, think about it. Let's use an easy number, okay? Let's say I really needed to move 1,000 through 1 car. Okay. Well, these 2 pull 780 times 2 out. But as a percentage of the time that lines up with when there's not a train at the station. Okay, so let's assume that there's not a train at the station 80% of the time. Okay, so your flow would be 780 times 2 times 0.8, 1248. So if your train lines, if your output lines from the station were operational 80% of the time, then technically you could pull 1248 out of this. But that's going to change over time. You're going to have some trains that are bunched up, then you're going to have some trains in your loop that are spread apart, right? And so it's not 80% continuously, and you don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, right? Maybe it's fine for a while, and then it's not fine for a while. The safest way is to just do 2 belts to 1. Okay? And just treat each car being able to move your maximum belt speed. That's the safest. But again, if you only need like an extra, 5% output in your belt speed, could you, blur the lines in there? Absolutely. I want to be able to attach splitters and mergers to containers, meaning anything that stores items, to bypass belt speeds and be able to have 360 input. So that's actually, I believe, a trick that's used in Factorio with trains. So, but not in the way that you think. It's actually a really cool trick. So in Factorio Space Age, you have a slowdown of belt speed and space. And the trick is, I can't remember quite all the details, but basically it's something like taking a train like this and using it as an intermediate buffer to get more items out of a smaller area of your space station. It's kind of interesting. Well, it's more than the stack inserters. It's using the train compartments, not the locomotives, but the storages on the train cars as an intermediate buffer. It's kind of an interesting little workaround that they have that I've seen. Again, Factorio is not my main game, and I know just enough about it to be dangerous. Now all of a sudden I want train throughput monitors. Do you have train throughput monitors? They exist. It will actually tell you how many items are moving. But I feel like they're pretty unreliable, frankly, and it's why I like to try to only rely on my max belt speed per train car. I need a quick second, guys. I'm gonna run to the restroom. Let's do this. I won't be gone long. Don't run away. There's barely any of you watching as it is. Just kidding. Here, let's do this. I'm not gonna do a moving one. We'll just do this. I won't be long. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Calm down. Calm down. You said a second, not 90 seconds. It's probably more than that. All right, hold on. I gotta get reinstalled into my chair. Okay. My neck's been bothering me. All right, we're back, boys. I ask because, no, I know, I'm just making a joke. I ask because what I'm doing is taking copper, iron, and quartz from my starter factory, moving it across the map to my late game factory to make crystal oscillators. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely do that with trains. I took a picture. All right, let's try to get more done today than just this. It's been 2 hours and 20 minutes, and all we've done like a tour, we've answered questions, and we've talked about food. I've laid down literally 8 machines in 2 hours. We're having a good time, right? We're having a good time. You have a question? Well, maybe I have an answer. Six, right? 5. Okay, well, that actually simplifies things. All right. This is very close. I feel like this space is too skinny. Pitter patter, let's get at her. Exactly. Okay. It's regarding my sushi belt central storage smart splitter sorter array system that you have, using 2 smart splitters, one on the main line that everything passes through, and a second one that handles feeding into the machine. When full, sends overflow into sink. If I use the any filter for the pass through on the main line, it seems to treat it as a regular splitter. Yes. If you use any undefined, it clogs when the storage gets full and the belt fills up. Should I be using overflow on the main smart splitter as well for the pass through sushi board? I've solved this. How did I solve this? I solved this exact problem. Field trip. I can't remember. I don't want to give you a half-assed answer. It's in the old base. The old magic. I was there when it was created, witch. It's okay. That's why I hesitated. I wanted to be sure that I couldn't remember the answer. It's an important question. And the other thing is I might have been able to answer it for you, but there's a whole group of people that might want to know that information, and that's really hard to communicate what we're talking about verbal only without a visual aid. Well, it's not the magic school bus. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going back to the beginning, to the starter base. Big fan of the floating lights, very futuristic. Yeah, I think they worked out well. Look at this little modest base. Isn't it so cute? There's no spaghetti here. Shut up. Shut up. Why don't you hide the medicine in your peanut butter? God, that's so random. All right. There's your answer. Sit. Think. Process. Absorb. What will this do? Ask ourselves 2 questions. Let's walk through this. I know you're caught up, Worm. I want to walk through it for everybody. I've got a sushi belt. I got a bunch of different items. Okay. There are many ways to skin this cat, and it can be very confusing. But this is a very, very efficient and elegant solution because it solves 2 problems. 1, the redirection of a specific type of item. In this case, we're peeling automated wiring out of the sushi belt to go into storage. And that works. But where is the rub? The rub is, what happens when automated wiring overflows? How do we deal with that? Because if you just have, instead of an overflow, if you have any undefined, then what happens is automated wiring is not allowed through this gate. And so if the automated wiring is full, it clogs. But if you use the overflow, what is essentially happening is, where does an item go that isn't automated wiring? It's not like we have an any over here. It tries to stick it into the only thing that isn't overflow. And a motor hits this automating wiring filter and it says, oh, we can't go right. There sure as shit isn't nothing left. So it overflows into the center output, because as far as it's concerned, the right output is full. It's unavailable. Okay, and so we could have easily used this to solve the motor. So think of it as 3 different states. One is if it's automated wiring, or one if it's not automated wiring. Okay. Anything except for automated wiring, this works fine. It also works for the other state, which is automated wiring goes right, but is not full. This also works. The only place that this stops working is when the automated wiring is full, it causes a blockage. If, however, you do this, work through each of those states. Obviously, if it's just automated wiring and it's not full, it goes right. If it's automated wiring and it is full, it overflows. What about the motor? The motor just moves along. But then once the motors fill up, it's gonna clog again, which is the issue I hit across 48 Depot Central Storage. Not in this setup. In this setup, you're future-proof, so if anything gets blocked, it just gets overflowed. And then what you can do is, after you move down the entire line, anything that's bumped comes back through and gets dumped. Now, if you really wanted to get, I don't know, I wouldn't even do that. I'm not even going to open that can of worms. This is the best solution. It's elegant. This machine is doing the job of 2 machines. That's what I was doing before. I was separating the redirection aspect from the overflow aspect. But if you set it up this way, it does both at the same time. All right, we don't come down here very often. Everybody say hi, grasslands. Maybe we should listen. Put on jetpack. My name Jakes. Hey man, I do automated wiring right, undefined straight, and overflow left. That's what I did. This allows me to cut into the line a bit later with more items for storage without clogging the line massively. Some items need a bit more though, as to when placed into a line as they are high volume. That's true. The setup still works great too, just depends on I use it as how many things you have plugged in the line. Well, it wins for simplicity. But you are also talking about dropping in items later. You're trying to grab the item and then offload the rest so that you have room for more items to add in later, right? That's a higher tier level usage, right? That you can absolutely choose to do on purpose if you understand the more efficient and more elegant solution, which in most people's cases, what I showed is going to work. And then you can always add on bells and whistles later. You know, what is that called? Minimum feature deliverable or something like that. I can't remember. Yeah, adding in more later relevant to the bigger, central storage. Right. So you need to divert the extras as early as possible. And I was actually doing that in my first run. It is so freaking hot. We have the air conditioning on. It's midnight and I'm sitting in my chair sweating. These two computers, man. There's also a big fat guy that's a blowhard sitting there. Minimum viable product. Right. So I would say the setup that I initially showed gets everything working. You start there. If you need more bells and whistles, you can absolutely add them on, especially somebody like my name's Jake's that has a lot more experience, right? You're going into winter there in Southern Africa. Yep. Yeah, we are getting warm here. Mostly it has more to do with how my room is set up. You guys can't see. Well, actually you could if I turned it on here. You guys ready to peek behind the curtain? I keep allowing myself to get distracted, but we're having a nice time. That's the wrong thing. Oh, don't update NVIDIA right now. Oop. So I've got a sheet back there with a light shining on it to help differentiate the dark and the light so that the automatic pull can figure out exactly where to, pull my hand or arm out of the picture. Usually it's the chair that's the bigger problem that it can't figure out because it's been steps of the field. And then I have another sound blanket right here that you can't see. So I'm in like this little two-sided wall plus the computer's up here, right? So there's only like this side over here is open air, but it gets a little stuffy. Magic. So it's mostly an artifact of my setup. Kenny's using AI on my streams. I am. Let's ask AI if I'm using AI on my streams. Is NVIDIA broadcast that removes the background in real time considered AI? Yep. It uses a branch of artificial intelligence called computer vision and deep learning. Instead of just looking for a specific color like a traditional green screen does, the software uses a trained neural network to analyze every frame of your video in real time. Here's a quick breakdown of how it actually works under the hood. Semantic segmentation. I don't care that much. But yes. I use AI in my streams. Caught. Just like me and Expedition 33 will go down together. That was pretty slick. Construction isn't real. No green, sheet, or blue. I would think the heavy color contrast would make it easier to target. It's the light. I found I have a light specifically shining on that, and when I turn it off, you can kind of see my chair there. It's actually working really well right now. It's better than it was last year when I started doing this, you guys. It's getting better fast. I love how the benchmark for AI is a video of Will Smith eating spaghetti. That's like the temperature check, right? It's amazing. But yeah, it used to kind of cut out, and it still kind of does. It's sometimes like doesn't quite know what to do with my hand, but it's really good right now. By the way, I tried to set up a green screen. That shit sucks. It is a pain in the ass. This is so much easier. Clip it. Ken is going to be a live stream fail post tomorrow. I know what LSF was. And I hope so. I hope so. Please bring it on. Please. Why did I say 5? It's actually 6. This whole thing is screwed up. 4.8 refineries? It's 5.8. It's 4.8 assemblers, you stupid idiot. 5.867. All right, this whole thing is scuffed. I know. I just want everybody to know I didn't do it on purpose. Well, this is easy and the most perfect layout imaginable. Yes, I know. I'm sorry that I accidentally said 6.7. Tomorrow, clipping is hard on mobile. Hey, post me up, man. I'm ready to defend myself and my use of AI in content creation. A green screen effect. I wonder what conversation would ruffle more feathers. Me continuing to talk about how I don't believe that oil is a byproduct of biomaterial, or saying that oh my god, I did it wrong again. Saying to support that, you know, the vast majority of uses of AI are is a good thing, including learning and productivity. I wonder which conversation would ruffle more feathers. You know, that, or I could just keep talking about 6-7. Do all three like I just did. It's the real winning strategy to viewer retention. Piss everybody off. Dang it. I titled the stream Back on Track on Arasaka Tower, and we've mostly been freaking around. Screwing around. It's okay. I think we learned a lot. All right. I need a method to get up here, I think. Yeah, that'll work. All right. Some hot takes on AI that can be clipped out of context might earn you some hate watchers. I would never purposefully try to get hate watchers. That's what I have Melkor for. Plausible deniability. One final super quick, like 10 seconds tops detour needed. Shows how to build the on-demand depot booster, no biggie. Yeah. Steamed Kappa sheets. You never catch me, Kappa. Whoops. Guys. Got a problemo. Cross your fingers. Been a long time since we clicked that button. A long, long time. I figured the vast majority of everything we need would be in there. You know, the takes I have on AI should not be that hot. They shouldn't. And I don't know. Technology is fine as long as it takes somebody else's job, right, guys? But if it comes for yours, now technology is bad. It's bad. If it takes somebody else's job, it's totally fine. If you're a farmer, the steam engine, oof, it was your apocalypse. Just wait until all the shareholders want to take the CEO's jobs. Shareholders don't want the CEO jobs. Shareholders just want to sit back and make money. They pay the CEOs to do it. Now, will the CEO be able to handle more of his workload with less assistants and less sub-directors and on down the line? Yeah, that's where they'll save their money. 8 converters. Now, I think people think about AI wrong. There's a fundamental there's a fundamental framing issue with it. Huh. We have to hook up those smelters. Remind me what smelters. Oh. Talking about your smelters. So like my job, how much of my job is doing things like checking Excel numbers? Decent amount of it. What about checking emails before I send them to make sure there's no mistakes? Pretty big chunk. If I didn't have to do that work from AI, and that made sure that I didn't make any typos and it knew exactly the context in which to make sure that it knew I was right or not, and it pre-drafted all my emails and I just had to look over it real quick and make some adjustments, and you know, we could go on down the line, right? If I could speed up what I do every day, then instead of taking on 2 client projects a week, I could take on 3. And so what that means is I don't lose my job. The other employee that works for my company that didn't learn to use these tools loses their job, because I'm doing 3 a week and they're still stuck doing 2. That's how this is going to work. And I think anybody that doesn't realize that is in for a rude awakening. Unless you're a plumber or HVAC tech or something, right? You got plenty of time. But let's be real. A lot of what I do, screwing around in Excel and analyzing numbers, a computer can already do that better. What are we talking about? Now, where my job is safe is client management, right? Talking to a person, giving them specific levels of good service. And if I don't have to spend quite so much time screwing around, double checking Excel formulas, well, then I can give my clients even better service. It's more accurate and it's better. 8. So of course we're going to do it. Of course it's going to happen. It's like saying, hey, we're not going to use computers because that's going to put the typewriter companies out of business. Of course we're going to use computers. We're not going to use email because that'll put the mailmen out of business. Of course we're going to use email. It's faster and it's better. Just one more technology. Guys, I don't know how I'm going to fit 8 of these. Can we double row? You're not using Twitch anymore? You're coming to my house and sitting behind me and watching me play? Well, without computers, that's what you'd be forced to do. Of course, I wouldn't be playing this anyway. Stack them up. To be fair, every major technological improvement has been a bad thing for the environment. The domestication of livestock, large-scale ag, all the industrial revolution. AI is the next step that affects humans' jobs on a large scale. I think that the vast majority of the reason that there's pushback on AI has nothing to do with the effect on the environment and has everything to do with how it affects people losing their jobs. That's what I think. I think the environment is a convenient excuse for the people that are afraid that their skill that they have built, spent a lifetime building, will no longer be needed in society. That's the hard ass truth. And it's just easier to say, but my environment instead of but my jobs. I think that's the truth. This is a little tight, boys and girls. My issue with AI is its use in monitoring and surveillance, but you would have that same issue with computers. See, you don't actually have an issue with AI, you have an issue with its use. But if the government stacked 20,000 people into a building and had them do the same job that one AI program could do, you'd have the same problem with it. You actually don't have a problem with AI at all. You have a problem with a use case that is made more available and more cost effective because of the AI. You don't have a problem with AI, you have a problem with the use case. And that use case problem is legitimate. I agree with you. But stopping AI isn't going to stop surveillance. Actually go after the root of the problem, not the technology that enables it. You know? It's just like my mom. We're not getting the internet. I saw on the TV that it's got porn on it. Okay? She didn't like the technology because of the use case that it enabled. I could still go and get a porn magazine at 12. It was just easier for me to get access to it in the house. The real solution is to teach me not to go look up porn, not to deny the technology that makes it easier for me to do the wrong thing. AI is the same way in your use in your example. The better thing is to make sure that you don't have a government that's using whatever tools it has to spy on you. Fix the actual cause. Don't try to suppress technology that just happens to allow a use case that you don't like. Don't worry about your spelling. I realized a long time ago, AI can't take my job because my job is making things that have never been made before. I work in game development and no one wants to play a game that has already been made. Yes, AI can be used, but it can't create stuff that has never been created before. Here's the thing. It's not going to take your job. But before, creating a good game took, let's just make up a number. Let's use Expedition 33. Expedition 33. How many people did it take to make Expedition 33? Isn't it like 33? Like irony, it's like 35, 33, something like that. In 10 years, can AI create anything? No. Let's just assume that it stays no. And I will grant that will probably still be true. But what will happen is, instead of it taking 35 guys to make Expedition 33, it will take 5 guys. Because those 5 guys, their jobs are safe. What about the other 30 guys? Those guys' jobs got taken. Because those guys aren't needed anymore to ship the final product because of the AI that the other 5 guys who kept their job gets to do. Nobody's going to push a button, and that's a fundamental shift that I'm talking about. Nobody's saying that you can just say, hey, make me a game, AI, and AI churns out a game that's really, really good. Nobody's saying that. That's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is the best people are going to leverage it in a way that makes it so that fewer people can make better games faster and cheaper. Hey, Ray. So what's going to happen, Kai Learn, and this is actually really good for you, because let's say you want to make the next Expedition 33. Right now, or maybe 2 years ago, the only way that you could make that is if you raised millions of dollars in funding, started a company, and hired 33 other guys to help you make your game. In 2 or 3 years, guess what? You get to do that all by yourself. Ads. We're on a rant pause. I was in the middle of a rant. There's some pretty good comments in there. When have you seen a wild cow? Well, we killed them all. They used to be called buffalo. Guys, we need 4 of these. What's the split down the middle? It's probably right here. You made me snort. That was good, Foghouse. The real question is AI soup? Oh my God, that was good. That was a good callback. That is some of my favorite kind of humor. Can AI solve factory fluids being a nightmare? If not, count me out. Not yet. Not yet. Are ads done? I think ads are done. Anyway, to finish off that final thought, I think ads are, yeah. Kylern, what's going to happen is it's actually a really good thing for you because you're not a giant company and you don't have the funds to hire 30 other people to help you make your good game. You'll be able to make it and not have to hire 30 people. I think it's going to be great. I do. It will bring people that have really, really good ideas. It will help bridge the gap in their ability to execute on those ideas. All right, let's solve the forward and backwards problem first. Go with this. If they stop force feeding and cramming AI into everything in such an unpleasant way, I'd hate it less. Well, I mean, again, it's think about, imagine 25 years ago, okay, the .com bubble. Every single commercial, visit toysrus.com, visit pets.com, visit this.com, AOL.com. You get freaking CDs sent to you in the mail. Okay, you're just inundated with the internet, the internet, the internet, the internet. You have to use the internet. Go surf the World Wide Web. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. This is just the newest thing that is irritating to people. Hey, is still working hard myself. Phase 3. I'm making tombs over the mining units and putting all conveyors above high in the sky. It's wild. I feel like Dread Megastructure is the new world. Nice. I like it. You love a good callback. Glad you can be of service. Okay, so my other favorite form of humor is the like redirection. Like, let me give you an example. I see somebody and they've got a lollipop, right? Either in their mouth or they're holding a lollipop. And you say, hey, look, a sucker. And there's a piece of candy too. That's my other favorite kind. Nowadays, you can't even Google without AI giving false info. Well, where's it getting the info? It's getting it from the internet. The source of the info is the problem. And that doesn't change. That's always been the case. If you go out and you ask your neighbor, hey, what do you think about blah, 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 then they're gonna tell you maybe something right and maybe something wrong. We have to always retain our ability to be able to parse true information from wrong information. It's always been that way. That propaganda has worked since the beginning of time. Okay? AI just makes it a little bit faster. Being trained on it. Again, I think there's still a fundamental misunderstanding on the training. I think you're making a joke, and I can appreciate the joke. AI is the new internet. Kinstruction 2026. I think AI is like a fine scalpel. It won't replace the doctors entirely. It'll just make them sharper at their own jobs while reducing the scare of falling on a larger scale with larger consequences. I think it's more like a scalpel, maybe, I would say something more like an MRI or like an X-ray, right? I mean, imagine the old school doctors that didn't need X-rays to tell whether or not people had broken bones. Now any person can just wave their arm in front of this magical machine and then look at it and it'll tell them if they have broken bones. What do you need doctors for? Sorry, I like talking about certain things and then I get distracted and I don't do any work. This is basically what happens in my regular job. Don't tell my boss. All right, we have 8 going that way. And we need a total of 8, right? We do. Correct. It's a new tool like any other. That's exactly what I feel about it. And new tools and new technologies always put people out of business. People always lose their jobs when new technologies hit. Always. Okay, we can do this. Have you ever considered shutting up? Actually, no. That's why I got a YouTube channel. So that you guys have to listen to me instead of my family. You guys think this is an accident? You think this is a game? You still don't have a viable box store that sells capacitors and the like? Well, yeah, Amazon put them all out of business. Which is sad. There used to be a little shop that sold all kinds of resistors and had really cool knickknacks and stuff for electronics I used to go to when I was a kid. But stop and think about it objectively. Was that useful? Was that really useful? To have some little mom and pop shop that's super local and has to store all of these various resistors and capacitors and is only available to a very small portion of one city in one state in one country? Isn't it cheaper and more effective and better to just buy what you need and have it shipped to you? Is it sad that we don't have shops like that? Yeah. You know, and some still exist, right? There's boutique shops that have specialized things like that, but they're far rarer and they're far more expensive. So what you're doing is you're not paying for the product anymore. You're paying for the experience, which is fine. That's good. I have no problems with that. You know, and I don't have to get in my car and drive and go find that mom and pop place across the city. They may or may not have what I want. Go in there, spend an hour digging through, trying to find the capacitor that I want. And then, you know, spending all that time, that energy. Instead, I just get on, I order what I need. They ship it. Refrigerators put the Iceman out of business. They sure did. If there was an internet at the time, I'm sure he'd be on it complaining about refrigerators and how refrigerators are bad for the environment. And they probably are. But he wouldn't be complaining about refrigerators because they're bad for the environment. He'd be complaining about refrigerators because they're taking his job. I'm just saying, let's be honest about the reasons we don't like something. That's all I'm saying. You are allowed to dislike whatever you want. People on the internets, they can dislike whatever they want. Let's just be honest about why we're doing it, shall we? That's all I'm asking for. Is it too much to ask? Probably. I don't like this, but I think I know what I want. If I was smarter, I could have these kinds of conversations and still work. Video killed the radio store and streaming. Video killed the radio star and streaming killed the video store. That's another perfect example. What about all the college kids that can't work at Blockbuster because of Netflix? Nobody misses Blockbuster. Nobody misses the late fees. Nobody misses the pain in the ass it was to remember to take the shit back. Now, is there a nostalgic part of me that thinks back to getting in the car, driving up to Blockbuster and picking out a movie for a Friday night? Sure. I loved doing that. I had friends that worked at Hollywood Video and Blockbuster, right? But in the end, are we better off with Netflix and, you know? And think of the commercials, you guys, compared to streaming. Think of the commercials. Network television is terrible. It sucks. Absolutely horrifying. Now, does that mean that there are no problems with streaming? Of course not. There's huge problems with it. We can't sit here and pretend that we're not better off. Family home video. Bro, dude, did you just unlock a core memory? You did. Oh, I was thinking family home entertainment. Maybe. What production company did the cartoon Velveteen Rabbit? It's probably this one. Yeah, is this one. In the beginning, there's like a little like family home entertainment or family home video thing at the beginning of this Velveteen Rabbit that I thought of when you said that. I don't know. I don't want to use AI on stream anymore to figure out the answer. So I guess we're just better off not knowing. The fees are probably cheaper than the subscription everything. Bro, a cable television bill is like $90. And I can't choose which channels to have. Okay, you can choose whether or not you like HBO's lineup or Disney Plus's lineup or Paramount Plus, right? You can add them, subtract them. Hey, House of the Dragon is coming back. I'll sign up for HBO for 3 months and then cancel. The options that we have right now are so much better than being locked into what is essentially monopolistic companies that provide our cable. You have to have these 400 channels. Well, I really only want to watch these 3s. Yeah, well, guess what? F you. It's so much better. We cannot pretend that it's not better. Again, I'm not saying that there's not problems. Pay-per-view. If you wanted to watch a movie, do you know how expensive pay-per-view was? Now let's check on this. I lost my chat window. Okay, back. Wait, what did CubeWave say? Hey, now I love Blockbuster. So did I. I liked it too. But I also like not having to leave my house and put on shoes to watch a movie that I want to watch. The best investment I ever made was creating my own Plex server. The best investment I ever made was being close friends with somebody who made their own Plex server and gave me access to it. Now, you want to talk about something that'll really get the fires burning in this chat? We should talk about media piracy. Just out of curiosity, do you have a favorite blueprint? I think of blueprints like tools. And so I suppose my favorite blueprint would be a tool that, here we go. Oh, different size. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I grabbed a Totino's and I bounced.
I think he made that up. I won't steal a car, but I will copy a good HD quality movie. Listen, here's the deal. I've already paid for the movie. I've already paid for the movie. And honestly, that's why I have no problems paying for the streaming services. I will pay for the streaming service and then I will go get the movie. Bitch, I already paid you. I still like buying my my Blu-rays and my HDs. It's still a better quality. A HD 4K. I meant 4K when I said HD. A 4K. Yeah, this is gonna work. Disc on a good player on a good TV beats the hell out of streaming. And by the way, you can't buy DVDs or Blu-rays or 4K videos at Best Buy or anywhere else. Those have gone away as well. Let's do a converter. It's the same argument about, a store like Walmart. Does that destroy small business and the local grocery store? Yeah. It does. For the most part, and it definitely destroys the bad ones. If you want to live, you have to offer something unique. And there are some that do. And they get to live. What is... As you can tell, I may be a slight proponent of laissez-faire. Is Blu-ray still a thing? Oh, sure, Blu-ray's still a thing. Not everybody has 4K players. Okay. At first I thought you said Bluey. Is Bluey still a thing? Yes. Yes, it is. .3D Blu-ray. There's a dead end technology. Right, do you guys remember, like, for 5 years, every movie was coming out in 3D? Let's not talk about your 4 terabyte drive of movies and instead talk about how it hasn't been plugged in for years since free streaming sites exist. Yeah. I stand corrected. You held like 10 Blu-ray videos from your local Best Buy and Walmart? I don't know. I tried to buy some movies at my local Best Buy and they said, get out. You have an old Xbox lying around. You have an old Xbox One S. Bro, those are not old. 360s are old. Refuse to even walk into Walmart. I don't know. Every store's the same. It sells things. Do I need the thing? Then I go to the store. I'm a simple man, really. Let's be honest. I don't go shopping. I make my wife do that. I'm too busy talking to you guys on the internets. When I go to the store, I buy meat. I go to a place. I like a place called Winco. It's like Arby's. It has the meats. What is happening here? 9. Yeah, we have a mistake, sir. Okay. There's no way I measured the middle wrong, right? If I had AI assistants, this wouldn't have happened. That's the middle bros. Brotato chip. I specifically measured for that. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 2. What has the wider one? The middle? 4, 6. 6, 5. That's better. So this should be 3 on this half, which is 6 on the double, and this should be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the spaces go 5, 6, 5. Now, if we wanted to get really, nah, I like it here. This works. This shift should work. Every time you join a stream, you get a smile on your face because of the wacky stuff we talk about. I don't know. I just kind of, I like talking about stuff. I do. I like, I don't know. What's a good word for it? I like a mixture of challenging things and also making people listen to my opinions. And I'm not really making you, because you could leave, but you can't talk over me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I argue with people big time in real life. I've got a friend that he and I are on opposite sides of politics, relatively speaking. We talk about politics all the time. I really enjoy it, but as we've talked about before, unfortunately, it's not really, this isn't really a place to do that. But I do love having the conversation. It's kind of my point, right? As long as I feel like it won't destroy a relationship or kind of, mess up the mood or something like that. The Kylearn, Goofy Sheep Gaming already answered, but I concur. The question was satisfactory question. I like how our conversation has been so wildly ranging that you have to qualify your question in the live stream about the game that we're playing. That's how little we've been talking about Satisfactory. Satisfactory question. Do you need to go nuclear to manage to automate everything in the game? Not only is Goofy Shep Gaming, who said, no, you don't, correct. I would add on, absolutely not. In fact, the opposite is true. You have to kind of force yourself to do nuclear. It gives you less power for more work, for more upfront, management. And it's also more dangerous. Nuclear power is the trucks of power. Why use trucks? There really isn't, even with 1.2, and I don't know, maybe I'll change my mind when I play 1.2, but trucks are in this weird place that trains are better than trucks at half of trucks' use case, and belts are better than trucks at the other half. However, in nuclear power's defense, it is nowhere nearly as bad as ionized fuel. That note's bedtime. Ken, please think about posting a new save after tonight. I'd like to run a few tests. Porthol, I promise I'll think about it. Just remind me tomorrow. But the cool factor of the nuclear, agreed, it's exactly like the trucks. Trucks are fun. Trucks are cool. And you should do in the game what you find cool and fun. And if you want to do nuclear, you should absolutely do nuclear. But it is by no means required to make everything, work. That's what I'm saying. It's just like trucks. Trucks go vroom and nuclear goes boom. Yeah, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. These machines are making scary noises as I hook them up to power. I don't like it. Trying to load balance your belts, it sucks. What you talking about for nuclear specifically? So you're doing hard mode, you should commit to nuclear for endgame power. Well, I'm not sure how Satisfactory Plus works enough to be confident in making like those kind of commits. And that deep into the save, frankly, I'll have to see how things are going, But I appreciate the concept and I appreciate the idea. Well, let me ask you this, Cube Wave. Why are you load balancing your belts? And what do you mean precisely by load balancing? Because there's like 3 different things that people could mean when they say load balancing. Share the load. I think I have some ideas for this empty space. Right, assuming nuclear is possible. Right. And yeah, I know what you're saying, and I appreciate the idea, right? Because if it's more difficult and I'm kind of signing myself up for a difficulty challenge, it makes sense to add that on top. Maybe it does. We'll just have to see. But I will tell you, it will have been the 3rd major playthrough of me playing Satisfactory, and I haven't ever done nuclear. I really will try to do it, but I don't think I'm going to commit to it because of the hard factor. I think I'm going to commit to it because it's so different from what I've done before. But again, even that is kind of a screwed up way of looking at it, because Satisfactory Plus from the ground up is fundamentally different. So basically your starter factory runs on 2270s and your current setup runs on 80s. So now loading up those trains we talked about, I have to merge and split old lines of copper and iron to make it right. No, you don't. I used to think so too. You guys ready? You guys ready for another learning session? I don't know why I'm in this mood tonight. It's probably enough. So you're talking about all one item, right? So let's say you've got a bunch of copper and they're coming in, you're putting in 270s and out comes 480s, right? Instead of splitting them to get exact amounts, overflow them. Okay? I'll try to use actual belt examples here. Do not split to get exact amounts. Overflow and let it do the work for you. All right, so what does that look like? This, my friend, is where priority mergers come in. Let's go over the key piece of architecture, which is this. All right. All of your trains, I fill them with overflow and then loop out of the ferry and train depot back to the start. DMC Dragon. The only thing we're missing is Eye in the Sky to set off Kin. I like Eye in the Sky. How can I like somebody but also be so triggerable by that person? I don't understand. I don't understand myself on that. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's walk through what happens. All right. One belt at a time. There's 270 on this belt. We do a merge. Okay, this merge will result in more items trying to be pushed into these two holes that is allowed out of here. This is 480. Okay, what is 480 minus 270? It's 210, right? Those are the numbers. Let's double check. It's 210. So if you have 270 and 270 and only 480 coming out, you're short with 60. You have 60 left over, right? Don't try to do a splitter and capture that 60 with a level 1 belt. No, just got here. Priority merger rant. No. Teaching time. The rants I sprinkle in as necessary, but this particular one isn't. Instead of trying to pull that 60 out and deal with it, just deal with it in overflow. Now, the reason that this needs to be a priority merger, not a regular merger, is because this center input right here needs to never ever fill up or back up. You want this side to back up. And somebody asked earlier about my favorite blueprint. It's funny because the answer is this. Before the priority merger, I made a blueprint that solved this problem without the priority merger. And if I had to pick a blueprint, I would say that's my favorite blueprint. So this is called, what did we used to call it? Not load balancing. Belt expanders. And it was like, I can't remember what the term was. This is a reasonable design. This is the design. This is the right way to do it. Because this design handles variable flows. Your design doesn't. A belt condenser. Maybe. It's in the wiki. Compressor. Dude, where is the magic? Did it take me to fandom? Oh my god. It took me to fandom. Dude, there's like a biblical source on this, and it's not coming up. It is a belt compressor. Hey, look. There's my own video. I built a belt compressor. was a long time ago. Oh, I came up twice. Nice. Doc has got an unlocked down too. This is a belt compressor, and this is the best way to solve this problem because this will handle variable flows. All right, but let's walk through it in case anybody doesn't know. So you have 270 coming down here. You have 270 trying to get in here as well because this is set to a priority merger. This lane doesn't back up. That lane backs up. If you did a regular merger, then both lanes would back up evenly. But you don't want that. You want to force all the backup into this situation. And so this is a smart splitter. This smart splitter forces everything that it can to the left. But of course, we know this is going to back up. So everything else moves forward. And then you repeat the process. You have a certain amount in here, and then you have everything that this belt can give it backfilling. Now, this doesn't run forever. Sometimes you have to double up your belts, okay? Because you actually don't need any of this. You could just do a merger, right? Let's say this is 270, but let's say that, well, what is this? This is, let's run through the math, right? It would be 270 minus 60. No, it actually would be 60 plus 270, 330. So actually this is wrong, right? What you could do is do a merger and bring in a whole other line wholesale. Now this is right. So now this was 270, but this needed everything except for 60. So that means this is 60. 60 plus another 270 is still less than 480. Okay, so this is actually maximum 480. Now you have 270 plus 60, which is 330 here, and you have 270 here. Okay, 330 plus 270. $600 minus 480. That's the wrong button. 120. So now you have 120 being backed up here. Now this one's 120. You add that to 270. Oh, look, it fits. You actually don't need this. It's the same situation as before. You don't need this either. Okay, now this is 120 plus 270. So that one's 390, still less than 480. But if you need to do another one, then guess what? You keep the flow. The magic module. Yes. That's my favorite blueprint. Yo, that's wild. Let's watch it. Well, it's an 80-minute VOD. Well, 80 minutes. It's an 8-hour VOD. The episode is an option, I suppose. Where did I find it? Did I close the window? Close the window. Here, let's... There's the 1-hour episode version. We'll watch the... We can watch the intro. Look at that. I compressed down like 600 belts into 780 belts. It works too. Basically, that big ugly machine up there on the right is just a bunch of combinations of what I just showed you. Now I'm doing my little intro. I'm reacting to my own content, guys. That was pretty good. Oh, look at that old throwback. I just explained to you the idea that I talk about in the video, so you don't need to watch it. In 2 years, we can react to this. Do I still do this? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So we'll clip that so we can react to him reacting to him. Am I ready for Satisfactory 1.2? Yeah, like a week to go. Yeah, it's gonna be nice. It doesn't really affect me too much, I'd say, except for the weather. That's gonna be nice. I think the headline feature is gonna be the difficulty sliders, which I'm not gonna be able to use for a little while. I may have to redo the truck paths. Real Steve the Beast coming in with a huge raid of 2. Welcome, man. Thank you for the raid. Guys, we're not going to get nearly enough done tonight as I wanted. I blame me. 3 rows of 6. $15.04 that we're actually going to overclock, so it's only 3. With the 3 on the end. All right, we have to figure out the split in 2 dimensions. Currently in the middle of building your mega factory. Nice. Blame Minikin? Bro, I try to every chance I get. All right, let's set the middle one because we know it's going to be in the center. So 3 rows of 6. Let's figure out the middle of the middle, and that'll be the middle. 18, 9, 4.5. Middle of the middle is 4.5. So what do we do? Where these cross is the center of our first machine. Now, Keith. I too have elevators past build limit, so it breaks a mod I was using to go past that limit. Interesting. And 4 manufacturer should be fine. I think this will work. Should be 9. It is. I need to get this on my toolbar. But yeah, I am excited for 1.2. I'm excited for the rain. I missed the rain, the game. In theory, same thing here. Right? This doesn't seem right. It's 4, 6. It's definitely not right either. I don't know. I don't know the answer. Fudge. All right, let's try to work it out. Why doesn't this work? Let's see. Ad coming. Maybe by the time the ad's over, I can figure what I want to do here. If I go on thirds like this, something's wrong. Hey, Chanman. Nanam, what is Miss Most is my curve builder mod and infinite nudge. Some things can be done vanilla way, but life is too short to spend an hour. It can be done in 1 minute. I hear you. I just made a blueprint with my curvature in there, but I hear what you're saying. I can't wrap my mind around my logical fallacy here, but obviously it's not correct. Six times 3. You need 3 and 3. This was supposed to be that. It's close. The problem is double counting this side right here. All right, well, let's just start guessing and checking, I guess, because that's how I have to solve things these days, because it's too stupid to figure it out. Using math. Okay, so in theory, we should do 8. No, that exacerbates the problem. Let's try 6. There's really just 2 3s. Okay, and then six and 6. I think I gave myself a red herring there. No, I don't have any room on the end. Ugh. Okay. That means this needs to be 2. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking maybe 6 meters is so far down. No, not 5. Four. I moved them over 3 meters. It's in there. Does seem like that would work. I guess this works. Just 14. All right, I think that's right. I have to flip those other 2 around, but details. This is front facing. I think we need to have the front ones front. I know, what a novel concept. Trying to reinvent the wheel here. My last one. Okay. Here's a feature I want in the same way that we can upgrade belts by selecting a higher tier and writing it. I want to be able to do that with blueprints that I make changes to. Interesting. So you take a bunch of pictures and then you pick which one you want, and the other ones never. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble, boys. Same way that we can upgrade belts by selecting parent tier and overriding. I want to be able to do that with a blueprint that I make changes to. Yeah. Oh, and not have to delete it and replace it. Got it. Got it. Sorry. A little slow today. Yes. That would be spectacular. No. There's the 4 meters over here. 4 meters is right here. What? What? Is there 10 that way? 13. So, I mean, this technically is in the middle. Okay. Is 1 meter all we need? It's 1 or 2. Let's try 2. all lines up. Except I'm trying to build it backwards again like an idiot. I think that is as good as we can make it. There's a lot of moving parts. I hear you. There's a couple of quality of life things that I would really appreciate in this game. Oh, and I messed up. Problem is, I'm gonna trust. I feel like I'm just going in circles, literally going in circles. This has got to be it. I gotta make a decision here. You're excited to rely on trains for the first time. Trains are really awesome. They unlock some really awesome capabilities. Damn move. Okay. 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 So far, so good. Ten. I think I'm gonna go ahead and live with this. I don't know how else to make everything line up. I've been fighting it long enough. I gotta cut bait on this. I'm having a hard time seeing. You got path signals and block signals down. Nice. You still refuse to learn how a path signal works. I have around 30 trains running now, only using blocks. Do you do splits and mergers and flyovers, or do you do train spirals and train intersections? Really could use train paths. Want me to run you through paths? I'll do it. Don't tempt me. It's not that hard. And I'll give you the YouTube short edition. And it would be a significant upgrade to your train speeds. Not allowed to get sidetracked, bro. This stream is already screwed. I'm already tired. I don't know where my go for 10-hour stamina has been for the last week. You know, it happens when you get older. All right. Okay. Does this make sense? Everybody should be on a dual rail. So you want to split it, right? This is how you split, right? And this spot right here is where the intersection happens. We can make this more simple. We could go these spots here, right? All right, here's your rule, okay? Blocks in, paths out. That's your rule on intersections. So if we are going the correct direction, okay, which means this way, this way, this way, okay, now let's say these are all blocked off. All right, block, 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 block. What this is doing is it is chopping up, and we'll go, I won't do it, but let's just say there's another block. It's chopping up your tracks into blocks, and it's saying that it treats each chunk of track as a block. Okay, and you know that because you deal with the block signals. So in this case, it's block in and block out. So what happens is that you get a train that is crossing here, and he exists in this block here. Okay, he's right here. Here's his little train body, and he's moving through the intersection, the block. That means is if there's a train going here trying to turn, he can't enter this spot because down here there's a train that, even though it's not in his way or in his path, it's still in the same block, and so that stops the train. Yeah, so maybe my trains sit still half the time waiting for the line to open up. Ada didn't yell at me though. Yeah, so if you switch over to a path, path in, block out, path, block, path, block. So now what happens is, if there's a train over here traveling on the track and there's a train coming this way, the train will slow down and double check. But basically it's looking to see if there's any trains in its way, not looking to see if there's any trains on the block that it has to pass through. So because it knows that it's not going to hit this train, it just goes. There's no waiting. Same thing from a train coming this direction. Block in, path out. They work with each other. No, they just give the train permission. Is your way barred? No? Move on through. And that lets two trains be in the same block, i.e. the same intersection at the same time. Hope that makes sense. Path signal checks to make sure that the path is clear for the train. A block signal checks to make sure that the block is clear for the train. But a block and a path are two separate things. And a path can be clear while a block is not. Nope, just do one at a time. Go to an intersection and ask yourself over and over and over again, path in, block out. So you follow each line. Let's go do one. Actually, I'm not going to. Does the path have a start and an end point? It looks 2 blocks ahead, but you don't have to worry about that, okay? What you can never do is do 2 paths in a row, okay? You cannot do a path and then a path. Let's go and look at one. I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's been 4.5 hours and I am lame. I am exhausted. I don't know what's wrong with me. Just allergies and overall just stress, and I feel like I'm not delivering you guys a good experience. Maybe I'm just not good in my head. Now these flyovers that I'm doing here avoid both blocks. Well, they avoid path signals because they avoid intersections. If you notice, there's actually no intersections here. These are just splitters and mergers, which are different. Now there's nothing this guy can be done. He's just a merge. He has to wait his turn, right? Flyovers are good. I think I have an intersection over here. I do. I remember seeing a path signal over here. All right, so I actually have an intersection here. This crossing counts. So let's take a look. All right, do you see the green? The green is the intersection block. All right, now let's role play. No pun intended with rolling in trains. If we had a train, we have a train here coming here soon, okay? He's pretty much going to block all paths when he moves through. Okay? But what if there's a train coming that, let's say, has a left turn instead of straight, which is good. That just happened. So what's going to happen is when that train pulls through, it's going to occupy the block, and this train will stop dead, even though this train here is not in its way. It's in the green block. So the train is in the block, but it's not in the path. So would you ask yourself, block in, path out? Sorry, path in, block out. When the train enters, map out what are all the 3 mission types of, let's see. Yeah, what are all 3 inputs into this intersection? 1, 2, 3. It can only be these 3. Okay, so ask yourself, what's the first the first signal before the intersection, or the last signal? Well, I'm using a path. Okay, path on the way into the intersection, block right there on the way out. Same thing here, path on the way in, block on the way out. That makes sense? Path in, block out. And what this allows is a train to be going this way while a different train is headed this way. You don't have to wait for, let's see, path in. Yeah. You don't have to wait for it to clear the block when it wasn't in your path in the first place. Block has conflicting entry signal types. Did you change all 3 paths, or all paths going into the block have a path signal? Okay, count your lines that will produce trains into that center block. Make sure that all of them, the very last signal before they enter the intersection, is a path signal. I don't think don't assume there's some problem. Okay, just because he's got an error, it doesn't mean that there's some bug or something. It doesn't get dicey just because he placed a signal wrong. Yeah, but it could happen whether or not he's changing the path signals or not. I was hoping we would get a live interaction to show you guys. I'd love to show you guys it, but I don't think we're really going to get it. We'll check that one. But basically, it just means that as long as they're not going to crash, path signals will let them in. Just find your intersection, find all of the paths into that intersection, and put a path signal in front of it. That's all you got to do. And you just replace the block signals with path signals. All right. Dude, why am I so slow? Yeah, of course. Oh my gosh. How embarrassing. Holy crap. Are we in Narnia? I made a hidden fort. Here comes the sun. Doo, 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 doo. Okay, I've made my decision. This channel is a marathon, not a sprint. And I feel like I could do better. If we called it a night. I can't believe how little work I got done tonight. I feel bad. But this won't last forever, guys. I'm going to be taking some time off soon. And I should be able to clean up my work time a little bit better than I have been. We hit a bunch of stuff today and we had some really good conversations. I just didn't get very much work done. I was having a hard time concentrating and all sorts of bullshit. Not related to your guys' questions. I don't blame you guys. I'm happy to give that information. But I just had a hard time multitasking. But we're gonna call this done. Another shortish stream. Better than canceling, I suppose. I should see you guys on Wednesday. I do have a work trip that I have to do. I have to drive 6 hours on Tuesday. So there's a small chance that I won't make Wednesday, but I really need to try. Because we want to be done with this before Satisfactory Plus can be played on 1.2. Did your save turn pitch black like what I just posted? I don't know. I doubt it. Pitch black like that? I mean, maybe. Sometimes the sun does weird things. Oh, Oki. I'm sorry, Oki. I just saw you. Go ahead. You have many VODs for me to catch up on. Yeah. Well, look, we had our stream, we hung out. 4 hours is nothing to. It's actually 5 hours. Okay, all right. We're at 5 hours. It's nothing to sneeze at, but it's not my usual length. How don't you get orderly game? I always miss what I had on another save. Early game moves so fast to me. I don't feel bored really at all, and late game isn't that much worse. It's really just the cosmetic work that I signed myself up for that I'm having a trouble with. But we're gonna go ahead and do a quick raid and raid and run. I'm gonna get some sleep, and then I'll get up tomorrow and get some work done. There's a 3-day weekend in the US. You guys enjoy your time. Bright lights. I have all the English viewers. I appreciate you guys. I have all the English viewers. What's that next highest English viewer? 6. But he's a frog, so I don't know about that. Check on this. I've never seen this guy before, so we're gonna give him a try. All right, guys, if you're on YouTube, a like on the VOD would be very much appreciated. And yeah, sorry, we'll have to finish that floor next time. We'll keep it going. And I will get some sleep, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday.